Trying to think if I want a command parser to be separate. I think I do. Public void. I think that there's a way to check for key press on this. Carriage change, gutter change, line, text change, text set. Mouse center to resize, theme change. I'm gonna guess that you do it on text changed. Line. Gotta build it first to be able to do that. I also don't think I actually wrote the function. I don't know that I'll build a suggestion panel. I think I'm just going to have this be like a raw command, and either the command works or it doesn't work. But if input dot text, I think it's that. Do I have to do that? I don't know that that's a thing. Huh. Cool. There are some things that won't accept the new line as an actual character in .NET, and it's really dumb. I've never understood why. Then we should take the input text and submit it to the parser, so and then that will, then we'll just do input text equal. Right. Yeah. Right. Output. Do output dot interesting. Now, I don't know what BBC code is, or BB code. Raw, non-BB code, parsed text. Let's see. Oh, okay, so it's bulletin board code. That's actually really nice to know. This will make something else I'm building a lot easier. I've looked this up once, and I don't remember doing it. Okay, and this is just running directly off. And then append text does let you use the append text function instead of appending to the text property. This function will only parse BB code for the added text rather than parsing BB code for the entire text property. That's also good to know. So if I just append onto text, it will just reparse everything then. Good. Cool. So that'll let me do some like formatting stuff. So I can do like a write output, and then we can also do write error and write warning and right. So we can do so for write output, we'll just write the text, and we'll do $, we'll do this, and then we'll do date time dot now colon. I haven't written it like this in a while. And then we're going to have an optional sender. Sender by default will just be a blank string. And we'll do how do I escape since it uses brackets for it? Is it just a backslash? Replace left bracket with LB. Yeah. Okay, so we only need to replace the left bracket with this. So that'll do that. And then I think here we can do its color equals, and then is it a hex code? And how far long is it? Okay, and then it's slash color at the end. So color is equal, and then whatever it equals. And then slash color. Also, sender should be the second thing. We'll do slash color. Let's see. What does the doc say? PBRHR left. It's cool that we can left align and stuff. Font sizes, color. Named colors and hexadecimal. So cool. All of these are fine. We'll do like medium blue for the time. So we'll do white for the time for the user. We'll do medium underscore blue. I think I spelled that right. All caps. But I did spell it right. And then you're going to be determined by... You're either going to be the default color or you're going to be whatever these tell it to be. So these are going to call right output. But then what they'll do is they'll surround text with a specific color. And I think we're going to do dark red for this. Okay. It showed spaces here and I wasn't sure about it. We'll do gold. Gold looks a hell of a lot better than yellow. And then I think dark green probably. Or web green. Web green's a little lighter. We'll do web green. Alright. So this will give us a static place that we can write output back out. So we need to build a command parser. Yeah. Okay. I guess it will go here in the root. Internal static class command parser. Internal static void parse command. It will take in a string of text. First thing we're going to do is sanitize it, which is just going to be text dot replace dot remove. I could do remove. In fact, remove might even be better. You don't accept that, so I would need text.length -1. That should remove the last character, which should be the \n, so that'll remove our new line. And that'll give us some sanitized text that we can parse. And then we'll just do a simple parser. So now we can do a string array called command. Commands are just going to be separated probably by spaces. And then we'll do it by length. If command 0 is set, we should also lower this before we split it. We can actually do that here. Make it case insensitive. Set. And then we'll just do... this should really be a nested set of switch cases. But switch command 1. Icker. Bones. That shouldn't be card count, that should be max cards. Is it open up here? No, it's not. Right. So do we not store? We don't. We just do this here. We'll do this. I should have done this near the beginning. I also think that there is a way to like a simulation speed variable in Godot. There was a time variable that you could set. Yeah, timescale. Can I access timescale through code? Easy way to check. I think it's GD time. What is seed? Huh. Wait, does Godot have its own random? Randomize the seed. Returns a floating point. Okay, so there is one that's just built into GD. That's interesting. I didn't know that that was there. I built my own into my utilities class. I guess that's good to know for the future, because it saves me from having to like build out the whole random seed thing and being able to set the seed. That's super easy. So that's good, at least. I can't think of anything else that I'd want to be able to set. Crypt HP. Cool. That's kind of neat. We've been getting hit up more recently because I actually started doing things on Instagram, which I should have been doing from the beginning. Unfortunately, I have notifications turned on. I should turn those off, but it's kind of useful because otherwise I won't notice when shit happens. So that's cool. It's just that bad that Windows doesn't, like, actually queue it properly. Well, it queues it properly. It doesn't display more than one thing from the queue at a given time, usually. So you end up in a situation like this where it's like, yeah, I know, I have 23 notifications. Thanks. And then it just does this. You have unseen notifications. That's an Instagram problem, not a Windows problem. Okay, so I think that that's fine. Then we do... We're gonna change this. Why are we using switch, you may ask, instead of if you don't code? Switch is faster. Marginally so, but it is faster. Now, we could build this out a little differently. Like, we could build out interfaces and do all that. I'm statically coding this. This isn't the best way. Arguably, the best way would be to build a generic command parser and then a command object, and then pass all the command objects into the command parser, so the command parser knows what all commands it can do, and then you just handle that generically. That'd be better. That'd be more reusable. I don't care. This is easy for me. I don't really plan to have anything more than like set and gets per game, and what I'm setting and what I'm getting is different every time anyways. So I would have to recode this anyways, but I would have objects to do it as opposed to just going into this class, which I will always have available to me. Long story short, it doesn't matter. Also, I can update the interface, and this is agnostic to that. So that's cool. This will help me a bit with debugging. Godot doesn't have gizmos like Unity does, so it's kind of necessary. Checking other things real quick, sorry. These have to be checked off screen. Excuse me. It's not a thing yet, but it will be. There will be a danger level for the players and the angels. Some of these are going to break down a lot further. Max cards, danger levels, graves. Is there anything else? For now, this is all I can think of. Most of these are simple, so what we'll do is we'll do debug console dot instance dot. This will be write success. I should also do a more generic just resources that does both of these. Also in debug console, this should tack a new line on to the end every single time it adds something. I think that this is a function of card catalog. Also, yeah, this is fine. Max cards. I think it's card catalog manager dot max cards. We can't set max cards. I'm going to change this to allow me to set max cards. The reason we can't set max cards by default is excuse me. It will cause the UI to break. In this context, I don't really care. I kind of want to be able to break it, mostly for testing purposes. Like, this will allow me to, you know, set up the max cards, put every card in my inventory for testing purposes, and then cycle through all of them, as opposed to having to go through, do a wave, now go through again and do another wave, and go through again and do another wave to test all the cards. This is going to be another switch. On command 2. I think we can do this. Oh, we can't do that. It's less than 3. Then we do a debug console.instance.write error. We don't need this. Actually, we will. You know what? We can just do does not equal. And we'll just break here. Actually, we don't need to. Well, that's cool. I didn't know you could. Apparently, you can hold Shift and press delete and it'll delete the line. 10:43, so sending girlfriend a text. Okay, I'm sucking. There we go. Not meaning to type in Arabic. That's the bad thing about having two keyboards on your phone. You mess up and type two. You can type in two different languages by accident. Break. Angel. And then we'll do a default. Which will just be a debug console.instance.write error. Invalid argument. Yeah, you can kind of see how this could be potentially stored as like a list of Lambda actions or something. Or functions. C# doesn't have Lambda functions. Not like really. Not true Lambda functions like you'd see in Lambda calculus. I think that there's a grave container, right? Like if I search grave. Yeah, there's grave container, which is a container that just stores graves, and then it's got all of them. So I can go through and get each one. Excuse me, and loop over all of them. Good to know. Also, that doesn't need to exist anymore. We did that yesterday. We'll go ahead and send that. Everything from this point up, by the way, is in the git ignore file. It just doesn't ignore it. Yeah, so we can do that. Cool. So then here we can do for each grave in grave container dot inst. That actually is kind of bad, I think. Oh, I wonder if that's why. So I fucked up creating the container class. The container class has an instance variable that is static. And then whenever you inherit from that, you're just inheriting that static variable, so everything's getting added to the same spawn points list. That's probably why things are broken. Oh, I wonder if that's it. So really what we want is to copy this, put it here, it's of type grave, and then you just inherit node. Right. And then you're just a grave container. Dot instance, and yeah. Yeah, I'm betting that that's what was causing the weird grave error. Whatever. Okay, this one's going to be a little different because we're going to supply our own. We need grave dot name. I think I can just do grave dot position and we'll put them in. Yeah, so I want grave.name. I don't need this. And then I want right output. Sorry. Grave.global position \t POS. Position targeted. Sorry. Targeted is the opposite of targetable, so it's just not targetable. Should help us out there. Position, targetable. What else do I want to know? Let's see. What's in graves? If this works, we can get rid of this. I wish I could see who was targeting it. I can see the digger. I just need to store a reference to that. So we can do public iDigger. We'll do public string. Digger name. Get and set. And then we'll just do digger name is equal to digger I don't think I can do name, but I can do get parent.name, which will give me the digger. So we can do this, and we can do digger. All right. We can just do this, which will give us a new line inside of it. And then let's do So that should tab us in on those 3 and give us the grave information, which is really nice. That's really something I kind of want. Starting to look like Undertale code. That's okay. Mostly just its dialogue tree. Oh, before I do this, I should like this. Debug console.instance.write output sanitized. Nope. We are getting a low battery notification. That's okay. Oh. There's a very long USB-C cable over here for that reason. It is, however, making me very aware that I need to sweep. Maybe when we go on break later, I will go ahead and get that done and over with. Okay, got that. Angels. Angels are going to be similar to this. Well, Or do I just want to print all the information? So let's see. Enemy spawner contains a list of all the eye enemies. An eye enemy, I think, just stores, like, yeah, the health, a spawnable method, a spawn position, yeah. So we can access its health and its name. We can cast all of them to entities. Because all of them are. Well, no, they're not. Because we have the thrones. These are the only guys that implement eye enemy that aren't entities. They aren't also entities. I think I can actually do this. enemy spawn manager dot instance dot. Is it not in there? Or is it just not public? It's not public, but we can make it public really easy. Power level is a get, and it just returns power level. Oh, that's a float. And that semicolon's not needed. Power level. I don't remember what the... Is it called the sum? It's not the summon button. Player spawner. Not instance dot. I think it's the player spawner. I think it's just also a private variable in here. It's not. It keeps a list of them. And I think entities have it. Distance, target, cooldown, hit points, threshold, speed, target, offset. Nope. I could have sworn that they did. We'll just not implement this one for now. And then our default down here will be an error that says command invalid. This is actually going to be the default for both of these. Okay, am I crazy? Yeah, okay. So it's like that. Yeah. Alright. We can't grab their names and cast them the nodes and get their name in position, I guess. It's going to be a very similar situation to this and this. We'll go ahead and do this. Debug console.instance dot. Alright, success. Spawn limit is going to be equal to enemy spawn manager dot instance dot spawn limit. That's just the command invalid. For each enemy in enemy spawn manager dot instance dot enemies. Then we just do similar to what we did up here, except we're going to cast it to node there and there. Cast to a node. And then we can do it. Cool. So we'll do temp.name, temp.global position. This should actually be a node 2D. And then enemy dot hit points. I think there's also some other stuff in this. Let's see. Ah, it's power levels there. So we can do power level. Power level, hit points, and we can get its spawn position. Yeah, there we go. This guy's going to be much the same, except they're entities, so we actually have access to a lot more. Entity in has hit points, it has its position. I think it has, yeah, speed. Now, eventually we'll be able to get all of this information out of enemy 2. But we need to, like, modify some things. Mostly we just need to update the thrones, because the thrones aren't using the timed entity class. They're using their own, like, custom thing. But that is entirely because I was dumb and I wrote it first. I wasn't dumb. I think that that's actually kind of a good practice. But yeah, I wrote the thrones before I wrote before I figured out like what everything needed. Which means that the thrones are a little more customized than everything else. But that's fine. That'll be easy to go back and fix later. So we can do target. Speed, state machine, target offset. Getting the target types wouldn't be a bad idea. Which apparently I can just do. I wonder what that gives us. This could be useful, especially later. Ideally, what we'll do is we'll make this into one method called entity info. And then we'll just have it take in an IEnumerable of entities. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Those are all fine too. Set commands are a little bit different. Set commands work similar to the way this one works. No. Okay. Yeah. They are similar to the way this one works. And it looks like the third thing should always be castable to a float. Or we'll do an and. Is that not how that works? I use this as span. Pull up GitHub examples because I don't remember. So can I just do out? Like that. So this, yeah, so resource manager dot instance dot Icar is equal to res. Icar I think is an int though. Yeah, so we need to do mathf dot round to int res. Still a little upset. Why? I have to set it first. There you go. Get set by the out command, but whatever. Or it should, I think. I think we have to do the same thing for bones. Also, after we do this, we should save. So this should be utilities.instance.save paths.data and then files.resources and then resource manager.instance. Debug console dot instance Icar set and saved. Max cards. Max cards is part of catalog manager. Card catalog manager dot inst. Ah. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, that's right. It's static. Card catalog manager is static. Max cards is equal to, and I think that's also an int, yeah. Maybe I should try parse int instead. I think it's crypt.instance. Ah, they only have private. They have private sets. So let's not do this one then. And we'll add a default command not recognized. Okay, I think that gives us the command parser, which is good. If this works first try, I'll be surprised. Regardless, I need to wire this in. So Alt-B. Or text is set. Interesting. Did it not build? Oh, makes it didn't build because we're missing a semicolon. Do that. And there we go. So that should work. We now need a way to actually show it. I already put the command in to the input map before stream, and I think it's just debug. It's using the Bethesda like show console. Yeah. So we'll make that part of Game Master, and we'll make this part of Game Master too. So let's search up Game Master, and then down here in process, we'll do if input.action just pressed show console. Then we need to give this a way to show itself. So let's let's do that. Let's go ahead and we'll grab the output panel here and the input panel here. And then up here, yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll add a animation player. Damn it. I should advance to using animation trees at this point. Like, I've hit a kind of a... I've hit like a grand point where everything kind of needs to be moved to animation trees. Like, I'm doing enough at the same time now that it makes sense. But that is another skill I have to learn, so that won't be until at least tomorrow, unless we get this working fast. If we get this working fast, I might look into doing it today. But we'll see. And then we'll do show console, and we'll do a hide console. Show console should at 1 second end where it's at. And it should start. Do negative 720, though I don't think we can. We'll do that. Okay. Good. And then we just reverse that. So it starts at 0. It ends at negative 720. Just like that. Good. And then we need to go in here and add a show and a hide method. Public void show console. We'll just we'll toggle console. I think I created a way to do this in my utilities function, though I need to like look it up. Let's see. Utilities.instance. Offset animation. Yeah. This I think sets the animation and does everything offsetting it. Yeah, it does. So we need to export the animation player. Animation player. Yes, I know there are errors. It's on purpose. We'll capitalize it. We'll do player. Ooh. Huh. We need to keep track of whether it's not showing. And then at the top of this, we'll do showing is equal to not showing. So we'll create a private bool showing. Default it to false. And then if we are showing, then we're going to do console. That's fine. And then we're just going to do the same thing, but hide console. Yeah, that should work. We'll go over here, we'll hit Alt-B. We need to go in here and check out our rest track. Yeah, that's what I thought. Negative 720. And then over here, we just need to drop the animation player in. We should save this in our prefabs, UI, debug console. And then over in Game Master, where we just were, we do debug console.instance.toggle console. And then I think all we have to do is go over to Game Master, go down to prefabs, UI, and then debug console. I need to set it to like canvas layer. Yeah, the canvas layer. Which then gives us the full rect. It is not in its default position. Which should be at 0. Sorry, not there. Negative 720. Scroll over to my debug console, make sure that is the default position. We save good. Negative 7, yeah, okay. So it's just being weird. Alright. Negative 720, rotation is none. And then I think that's fine. Let's see if it toggles it. So it should toggle it no matter where I'm at, though it might appear behind stuff. We should know pretty quickly. It's, I think, behind everything. Yep, it is. But it works. Cool. I should have it pause and set it to always, but that's okay. That'll take just a second to do. I need more coffee and I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Alrighty. Let's get going. Alright, so first thing we need to do is for this debug console, we need to just go down here to visibility, set it to top level. This should show it on top of everything at all times. And do that. Still not quite what I want. So that didn't do what I thought it did. It's okay. But we can do this. Set its Z to something crazy high. Weird. I wonder if it's because they're in two separate canvas layers. So if I do that, what happens? Okay. That's over top. So get bones. Okay. Parser command get bones. Bones 50. That worked. It doesn't pause the game. It also did not do the BB code, but I think I just need to enable that. That's easy. So we go over here. I think we just need to go to output panel, BB code enabled. Let's set that to true. Why it's not over top the game, the main game menu, I don't know. Because, like, technically it should... Oh, there it is. Okay. So if I do get bones, what happens? Bones 50. I don't know what that's about. I wonder if I have to do a pin text instead of get text. Or add text. So let's go into the debug console. And instead of add text here, is there an append? There is a pin text. I don't know if I'm required to do the new line now, though. So we'll see. Might not need it. Might now have double space everything. So now we can do get bones. Cool. So what if I do set bones 500? Set bones to 0. Now, that's not right. But I think we can fix it. Very easily. So yeah, so that didn't do what it's supposed to. But we can do this. Also, am I rounding this every time? I am rounding this every time. So let's do int. Yeah. Oh, and now we can get rid of all these math.round to int things. We don't need them. This may be something I leave into the final release. If not, I'll just end up removing the key mapping for it, but like it'll be there. I don't see a problem though leaving it, honestly. So now if I do set bones 500, bones set to 500, and if I do get bones, bones is 500, and it is double spacing. That's interesting. It's okay. Anyways, so let's do this. Also, is it on? It's not on top of this. I don't know why it's not on top of this. That's a little weird. Oh, I bet it's because it's paused. Technically, the game is paused while this is pulled up. Bones is 500. And now I can do this. Can set that up. Have like that happening. We'll do that. Grab this. You're gonna go over here and attack this guy. We're gonna hope we get one more. Yep, just like that. Do this. Attack him. That's rough for that. Gravedigger. Let's do... Get angels. Seraphim powers. That one just got character body 2D. Don't know why. Probably because it's a duplicate of another. Position, HP. Cool. We got... It worked. It did what I expected. It's not scrolling. But that's a different problem. And now it's locked on because it's not set to always. But that's an easy thing to fix. Why is Copilot open? What through this? It's the length. That's easy. Dot text dot length greater than 0, then we do it. And we can do an and. We can just and this. Gotta do that, then this, then this. This is why I wish brain-computer interfaces were a thing. And this is called short-circuiting, because it'll have to evaluate the first one before it can evaluate the second one. Cool. We're good. We Gucci. Meant to respond over here to a thing. All right. That fixes that. This needs set for process, not inherit, but always. That way we can show and hide it whenever the game's paused. That's really important for like things like setting the max cards. God, that's good. And then over in the command parser, we do something odd here. No. that's it. Yeah, I think that's correct. I want to play with window sizing a bit and like how all that looks. This game could definitely be like higher resolution. I think that wouldn't be, I don't think that'd be a bad idea. Also, it doesn't need to be printing the FPS anymore. I fixed that. Do need to play this on much lower end machines. Like, definitely need to test that. My machine's got quite a lot going on for it, so. Also, that, let's add a buffer, like a buffer to both of these, like a text margin. Is that visual white space, control bars, tabs, and spaces? None. That's kind of cool. Caret width, line spacing. No. Really? Is there not? Also, like, yeah, I could draw the mini-map, but there's no reason to for this. Might be a reason to for this, like, up here. Inherit mouse input. Shadow offset, line separation. Is there not content? I could have sworn there were content margins. Like, I've done this before. The text, slang note. Constants. Okay, but that doesn't. It's not exactly what I'm looking for. Like, that'll just make a margin on this, I think. It could be down here with styles. Border, expand margin left. 4 and 4. We don't care so much about top and bottom. On this one we do, though. Yeah, see how it's -1? It shouldn't be -1. This will put it in a little bit. And it'll prevent, like, it'll add a little gap between the bottom and that. So, now, let's go into the font. So we have the normal font, a monofont, italics, and bold. And then font sizes. Nothing specific for, like, aliasing this font. Because the font's kind of ugly at larger text, right? Could change that. We can make it a smaller font, like font size. Do like a 12 point on both of these. Just like that. See how that looks. We might get to the other thing today. I wonder if Game Master's not set to always, so... Yeah, and then that's just using its own thing. It still didn't put the content margin like I expected. It's also got this weird corner radius thing. Power levels are 0, 100, 20, 100, 100. Yeah. Worked up here. Just didn't down here. Ah, wait. When it's focused, I'm betting not using... Corner detail, corner radiuses are 0. Yeah. Betting that that's it. Nope. Still. That's cool. At least, though, that's working. It still doesn't look like it's, like, aliasing the font correctly, which is an issue. And I still don't understand why we're getting an expanded margin on... Alright, because, like, that should... Content margins. And then... Is there a way to set vertical content alignment also? Just set the editable. Horizontal alignment is left top. Word skip last line, not skip last line. Okay. I don't care as much. However, I need to offset the top, so the top needs to be like 2. Which I think means that it actually needs to be 4. Set it to 8. Back to, let's go 10. 10 looks good. Yeah. Yeah, that looks good. 10 looks good. Now let's see how we solve the blurry text issue. Why pixel font blurry? Godot 4. This likely occurs because you're using the font at a size that it's intended to be used. It's not using a font at its size. Pixel art font must be used at their intended size or integer multiplies of that size. Disabling subpixel positioning. Hey, pixel font render. Helps to reproduce. I'm having an issue with font on the left, 10 pixel. I've tried to use these options, generate bitmaps, force, auto hinter. SDF approach on the left is how it looks like in the editor. On the right is how it looks like in game. There is only alignment in center, isn't it? This is not a bug. This occurs because you're displaying the font at a non-integer multiple. So, yada yada yada. But then how to explain this? If using canvas items or viewport stretch mode, this is likely in the size not being an integer multiple, which causes uneven pixel scaling. This is with stretch enabled. You have subpixel positioning set to auto on fonts, pixeloids.ttf in import doc. Set it to disables. Click re-import scene. Reload scene. Doing this fixes font display for me. I'm curious if that would fix the font issue I have. Out of curiosity, do I have that turned on? Or set to auto? Compress. Don't compress. Subpixels positioning, auto. Auto accept pixel fonts. I don't know that it knows that this is a pixel font. Click re-import. And then in here, if I set your font, which is up here, out of curiosity, how does Old Tome look now? I actually don't know which of those I'm using. I think I'm using Gothic Pixels. Let's see what this looks like. That looks much better. We're gonna go down here, type set bones 500. Cool. Let's set the Icker. Set Icker 100. And it updates exactly the way I wanted it to. Oh, that makes me happy. Other angels that are stupidly powerful. Spawning isn't doing necessarily what it's going to do in the final version yet. I didn't make these so they don't collide with each other. Ah, cool. We have it. Get graves. Targeted, true. Need to change that so that that's happening in here. So let's go in here. We'll go public override. Void underscore process. And then we're just going to go into Game Master and actually cut out this code that we had. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. And we'll just toggle console. Cool. Now I should be able to do that. And out of curiosity, if I do set max cards, this is not the best font, I will change it. Max cards is set to 10. So by default, we can only put 5 up here. Let's see what happens now. Yeah. Cool. That's something else I need to add to my to-do list. These are summonable cards. They aren't going to summon right now because we know their location, but I need it to be aware that when its location is that it should remove themselves from the list. If sorry, one sec. I need it to be aware that, like, if it's there, it should remove it from the list. If we click on it, because, like, right now it doesn't do anything. And if I hit continue, and then I pull up my cards, yeah. That's okay, though. That's an easy fix. To remove from... I don't know what the hell I called any of that. Because yeah, it's this. From the card catalog manager. All right. Yeah. And this is cool because we can do that for debugging now. We should give that area a max width and put a horizontal scroll bar on it. Just so that whenever it expands past that point, like once we add more cards than that, it won't break. It won't go into that continue bar, and we can actually scroll through that list and remove and add cards as needed. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll just type summon. Actually, it's not summon. It's just called card now. And then we have purchasable cards, which are like cards, but I'll have a little more information. So we have game and pre-game. And then in here, instance, ghost card show card model global position, pre-game dragon. But I don't think that that's actually what's happening. Let's check out card swap. When a card gets added, card queue. Resource loader, packed scene. You are creating a card scene as a card. Yes. And you're setting its location, right? Or aren't you? You're not. That's important. Oh, no, I am. Okay, I am. It's up here. So then we can go in card, and then for pre-game, location equals card locations dot queue. Then we need card swap. We need this card queue, and we need to remove this. Actually, we just need to queue free the card, I think. All right. Like we can just do this. Else. We do this. Cat is being loud. Which should, I think, delete it. Because we just get the children. We're just getting the children and adding a child back in. So that should be right, I think. Okay. Finish saving. As much as I hate that, it's still better than Unity. So now I think I can do... Yeah, look at that. I can add these and I can remove them now. That's great. Let's set bones 10,000. Click compare. This will take a second to count up. Oh, I set it to 10,000, didn't I? Oops. I do love how satisfying the animations are, so that's cool at least. feel like I've done a horrible job. I don't feel like I've done a good job necessarily. But I don't feel like I've done a horrible job either. Cool. And then we'll just like that. We've got 225 now. Cool. So now I need a way to toggle card unlocks. We should also do a kill all command. So, let's go into the parser. And then we'll just do it up here. Case. And then we'll do we need to do command length. We should just make this a function. And then we'll just do if valid command length. And then we can just do command and the length it should be. So 3, right? And I don't know why. Probably because it doesn't exist yet. So we'll do private bool valid command length, takes in the string array of what our command is, and then it takes in an int for the length. And then we just return false or true. And then else true. You don't need to put the else statement there, and I am aware of that fact, but it makes me happy. Oh, private static. And then that, yeah, that fixed that. So we can also do this here. Command length, command 3. Cool. And then up here for kill. Oh. If it's a valid command length of, and we'll do 2 for this. Then we do switch on command 1. And then we'll do a case for 3 things. All. Case angels. And case for players. Then we'll do a default invalid command. Invalid argument. We should also do help, but and then break. right? So if it's players, we need to loop over all the entities in the player spawner, all the NPCs, which is just this loop here. And then we can do entity.remove health. And we'll just give it like a crazy number. And it's going to be much the same for everything. And we're actually just going to... All's actually just going to be both of these. In enemy spawn manager dot instance dot enemies enemy dot remove health, and then up here. All right. Yeah. So that'll let us kill all things off. This is the other thing I wanted. I should probably have a way of setting waves. Should also find a good font. Should find a much better font for that. So let's pull up Itch here in a second, and we'll go over the fonts. Yeah. Let's do that. Why Itch? Well, honestly, the fonts here usually have very reasonable licensing. 2D sprites, asset pack, low poly, tabletop tile set, UI. I think there is one for just font. Project template, textures, effects. Just Doom? That's interesting. Yeah, there it is. Oh, Open Dyslexia. That's cool. I like that Open Dyslexia is in here. I have dyslexia, and it's a pain in the ass. I also have a lot of Kinney's fonts just on my computer. Sorry, looking at our Instagram account is followed primarily by other game devs and artists, but it's still kind of cool. It's cool to see what they're working on, and if I open my phone, I'll get distracted by that very quickly. Oh, the home video font's cool. I'm gonna add that to a collection. Yeah, I'm going to add this to a collection. We have some stuff we're doing where that could be really useful. Specifically, our writer is working on a thing. Analog. Horror. Excuse me. I'm gonna let them know I did that too real quick. Now, where's my obsidian? There it is. Cool. The not jam font pack. I just want something like vaguely professional looking that's easy to read. And has numbers. Diffusion monospace, that's kind of nice. Yeah, I kind of like this. As per the restrictions of the SIL Open Font License, the font is named Diffusion to distinguish it from its parent. It also released under SIL Open Font License version 1.1. The download contains build contents, which include TTF files and web fonts. The font features programming ligatures. That's cool. A light, regular, bold weighting. These are the only ones I use, but I can build more as needed. And italics for all weights. Custom build of that font with wider characters, more open spacing. What is this license? I assume that it's similar to the widely used community. Approved free Libre open source, specifically designed for fonts and related software, a solid legal framework worldwide. Current version, SIL, global good faith around expand possibility for better life. We build capacity, sustainable research, translations, training, material development. Okay. You can use them in books, posters, artwork, logo, and on websites. Even make 3D objects with the outlines. No acknowledgement is required. You can bundle them in apps or software subject to certain conditions. What are those certain conditions? Can I use manufacture based on their outlines? Green generally means yes. Does this restrict or distribution of that farmer? No. Is any kind of acknowledgement required? No. The fonts with my program. Does this mean my program also has? No. Well, that's good. Does the OFL license text always need to accompany the font? Maybe. The only situation of can be distributed without the text of the OFL, either in a separate file or in font metadata. It's when a font is embedded in a document or bundled within a program. In the case of metadata included within a font, it is legally sufficient to include only a link to the font of the OFL. Oh, okay. Of this information. Okay, that's easy enough to follow. Gonna store this in my external links. And then TAC, license, OFL. Just got to make sure we're compliant with stuff if I use this. but cool. It seems nice enough. Sure, put it on my desktop. I know what's there. And we're just going to do the regular. There we go. So now let's go in here and we'll set you quick load. Nice. And quick load. Also, this is also a mono font, so I can actually enable mono fonts on this, and this should be monotype. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Okay, cool. Okay, let's check the import settings for this. English pixel boundary. Let's see. Do that. Grab 2 of these. Let's try the new kill commands. Expected 3, received 2. Oh, I didn't actually change that out to, yeah, length. It is right, it only received 2. Did exactly what I told it. Excuse me. That was weird. Okay. So, do we have more than one that's set to true? We do. 1, 2, 3, 4 are set to true. And change this to 2D. If I set this to input, does it... I don't know why I'm trying so hard to keep everything alive, because it doesn't matter. Where's the command? Right here. Grave 7's false digger. False, 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 false. False, 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 false. But set. True. False, false, false. True. True. False. Huh. So it's remaining targeted is the issue. So let's check real quick what our name is. If we go to scene and then remote and then down here to fucking enemy, not enemy, player spawner. We have just Gravedigger, this guy. Entity player may look. Okay. So we open this. turn this on. It's easier to read. I wonder if it's caused by something dying and then leaving it targeted. Alright, so let's look into this. We've got the grave container, right? Yeah, so we've got grave container, grave digger, and grave. Grave digger. Where's the container? Just put these right here. We're going to close out these because we don't need them anymore. We'll leave the command parser and the... Yeah, we'll leave the command parser open. There's a bug to fix with the debug console, but it's not like a big bug. For me, it's just that, like, if you hit tilde, it should clear the code. It should clear the input box. We'll go ahead and just reopen that real quick at the end there. We'll leave it there at the end, just as a reminder. Okay. Got attack area. Let's do public override void despawn. We still want to do base despawn, but grave dot targetable is equal to true. This shouldn't be its own separate thing. We wrote this mechanic a long time ago, so I'm not surprised that it's like this. I shouldn't be surprised anyways, I wrote it. So targetable should just be not targeted. We shouldn't toggle targetable. The amount's less than or equal to 0. And then I want and then this should return Doug. And Doug is the fill amount less than or equal to 0. Okay, no, I just, like, fucked up tremendously writing this. This is a little more complicated than it needs to be. We just need to track whether or not it can be targeted. And because multiple things can have a reference to it, that's fine. we will do this. And it's going to be its own thing. It's going to be initially true, because all graves are targetable. And then targetable is going to be false. There. Targetable is going to be true here. So it can target it again as soon as it's done. Targetable is false. Do I use targeted? No. So we have targetable. That should false. Becomes true. Becomes false. And then this shouldn't matter. We just need to know grave does not equal null. Grave is not dug. It can attack. Now, in the move state, also, get rid of that. Now, in the move state, when we get a grave, what are we doing with it? Because this is where our entity type is set up, is somewhere down here. Entity is dead. Parent animation settings. Or is it in entity? Okay, we have a set target. Targets. Targets.grave. Nearest grave. What does nearest grave do? Node 2D. Engrave container instance spawn points. Temp value dot global position dot distance to position if temp. And it's not dug. And that should be all we care about. We shouldn't care if it's dug or not, because it being targetable is the thing. Okay. And I think grave is maintaining that state fine. Okay. So let's try that. Okay. We're just taking these two. We're gonna set bones to 10,000. Conveniently, we get all Seraphim this time. That's fun. Because these guys suck to fight. On the plus side, it looks like 2 brutes to 1 is pretty reasonable. Like damage dealt wise. Okay, cool. So now we can start on our graves. Now I want to purposely make them why are these not targeted? Isn't that intriguing? It's grave 19, so we need to do this. Get graves. Where's grave 19? 17, 18, 19. Targeted is true. Why is it targeted? Something's calling that. It says it's engraved. Okay. I don't see anything calling that. Let me double check my command parsers, give me the right information, because this is new. Grave, targeted. We're going to change that to targetable. And whenever we set targetable to false, we're going to set digger name to that. Oh, I bet refill timer called it. So once they were targeted, they weren't getting set back. Let's open up the graves. I think they're already open. Yeah. Go down here. Yep. That guy. And then when they're empty, do we... I don't think we ever disable it. Because... And then let's go over here. Okay. Yeah, cool. This should be, I think, different. So, base dot attack. Which calls base. I think this just sets attacking true. If can attack, attacking is true. It also means I don't need this because I'm doing the check twice. So I think I can actually do vector 2 dot global position dot distance to grave dot global position so make sure we're going towards the grave we're targeting. No, I don't think we have to. I think it's fine. I don't think targetable was ever getting reset, though. We're going to go ahead and set our bone count. We only set to 1,000 that time. Okay, see, they're ignoring this one. Okay. What grave is this? Okay, it targeted it that time. Okay. Okay, they're not targeting either of these graves now. So grave 10. Get graves. Targetable. It is targetable, but it has a digger. How is that possible? Because the only way that's possible is if it was targetable and then a digger entered it. I think it might be that one line. Also, we'll take a nifty little screenshot here for social today. And we'll drop that in Discord. Excuse me. Get that open on the phone. And then we'll go ahead and we'll add we need a link to. I hate that I do this because I always forget I need to actually copy this link out first. Very entertaining watching me just kind of fumble around social media for a moment. And then real fast, we'll just create a post real fast to that. Doing the thing between accounts. There we go. Alright. That might have fixed it, though. That one line, because I think what was happening was every time they moved over a grave, just if it hadn't been dug, then it was it was setting the target information. And it shouldn't. Otherwise, we'll just return Doug. Okay, let's try it. Let's see what happens. Don't know why I said all those. Do this real fast. Set bones. 10,000. Spawn a few of you to deal with these. Couple of these. Didn't mean to do that. And I bet it was something like that when I dragged them over the top of graves. Because they can't attack at that time. Love the way the death animation looks like on those. Alright. We'll throw a few more gravediggers in this. Try and trigger it to happen more frequently. It does seem to happen more whenever there's... Oh, I accidentally summoned the knight. That's okay. Give you a different idle spot, though. Yeah, they're still not targeting this guy. Oh! His refill timer was running. That's interesting. So let's see, is that... Yep, same deal. Refill timer was running. Okay. That's significantly better than where we left off. Nice. Also nice that the kill all function works. I'm happy to know that. Because up until this point, we were just kind of going on faith. I hadn't actually ran it yet. But if that works, that means the kill players works too. Those Seraphim are spawn camping asses. Nice, though. Cool. That makes me happier on by a significant margin. That's not going to be good. Oh, they got out. Well, I think a brute killed it, but... Okay, now we need to do a thing where these don't target the same shit. But cool. It does seem like it's working now, though. Like, they're not, like, mis-targeting stuff. And the ones that are empty, like this one, I'm betting, if we watch it, either it'll get targeted here in a second, or that'll happen. Yep. Okay, cool. Oh, that's nice. Y'all inside of each other, weren't you? Cool. And all of our, like, stuff from yesterday with the Ickers still working, so that's good, too. Means we're pretty well set. Like, we're doing a good... Like, the game is coming along so well at this point. It makes me very, very happy. And even with the amount of bones I have, I'm still losing entities, and I'm only on wave 4. Granted, the wave number doesn't really factor anything in yet, but it will eventually. And increasing the attack area on that was exactly what needed to be done. I did that before stream to see if I could make it work. And, hey, look at that. Cool. That's great. That makes me very, very happy. That all works. It all animates in smoothly. We're going to look at this. I think I know what the problem is. I think it's an easy fix. So, I'm going to use the restroom real fast. Come back. We'll do that. And then we'll look at the to-do list because I don't know what's next. All right, let's get going. I think that one is being caused by that if statement I added to kind of fix things. So we just need to do an else here. Then it needs to be set to that. Right. That should solve that problem. We'll test that real fast. And then that'll be another thing that's been like on my to-do list for I think a month and done. These last 2 days have been just wildly productive. We've managed to get so much more done that needed done. I also think I'm going to start doing devlogs now, because we're hitting a point where I'm kind of happy with the game. Like, in bulk, I mean. Set bones. This is just to make my life easier. Upping the bone count makes this simpler. Good. We can do kill angels. I like that it also since it's using the built-in function that I wrote. It does properly I also need to add an exception to, I think, the drag state for, whenever the game ends, when the wave's over. We should have an exception in here for that scenario, because right now I'm still dragging that one. Yeah, see. And let's go ahead and spawn just a few more of these. We'll also spawn some mages, because the mages are actually really powerful. Overall. Not like alone, but together. They're like apes. Apes together strong. Unfortunately, bunching them will, like this guy, will attack as many as possible. Like that. And Y sorting is set up on all these, so I can actually, like, order them behind each other. Which, I took a screenshot, God, forever and a day ago now. where I was trying to line these up and I had to do it by index, by like spawn order, because they didn't sort themselves automatically, and now they do. And now we'll have a dummy powerful skeleton army, which is nice. Isn't that cool? They should maybe cast shadows. Like, I could write a shader for that, and I probably will at some point. Yeah. See? We're out of brutes, but I don't know that it matters. Also, I've been watching up here, and I'm not seeing a single fucking problem yet, except for them sometimes targeting the same one. Yeah, see, these guys can just delete stuff. It's great. It's really cool. Now, I can't do it now because, like, this guy's too far. But, like, if we did that... I can't wait to implement spells. Implementing spells is going to be so much fun. And now we just have this nice little army of mages. Given how fast shit's moving, honestly, tomorrow might end up being the day that we start duplicating these and getting other cards implemented. I'm debating because we have a test card for spells and for we have a test card for spells and we have a test card for traps. So it kind of makes sense we could do traps tomorrow. And that wouldn't be too bad. Also, I think we can do like a spawn function. I think that it's completely possible to do a spawn ability, like a spawn function in the debug console, which I would kind of like to have. I think that'd be a nice thing to just have available to me. Animation trees is another thing on the list that's like of a nice to have, but not totally necessary. Doing a creative mode could be interesting too, like resources don't matter, or have all the cards on my... Why are you dead? Or did I just not put one there? I suppose that's possible. Is there an entity limit, I wonder, in Godot? Possible it died because it was one of the early ones. And we did have that whole thing at the very beginning. And we have lost some brutes. Like, not for nothing. 6. I'm lining this up for a screenshot, by the way. Ugh. With all the lighting and stuff in the game now, this will look cool. Why can I not click and drag? Click and drag you. Ah, it's you. There's that bug again. That's only the second time I've ever seen it, and I've only been seeing it today. I wonder why what's happening there that's causing it. It's something to do with the drag state. I bet it's something to do, like I said, I need to add that exception in drag states. And now we have another one gone over here. Stupidly powerful. They just wipe waves now. That's cool. I can set the spawn count higher here in a second, which I will for the screenshot because I want more angels on screen. I think they are just dying. Oh, no. No, you're up here. It must be something to do with the state changing. On the plus side, it should be easy to spot with these guys because, like, that. They all cast pretty immediately. And we're not seeing them. So I think some of them are dying. I think just every now and again we're getting that really weird drag bug. It's amazing. It's just fun to watch. Oh. I should almost certainly randomize their timers a bit more than they are. Their timers really aren't randomized much. I also like that we get something magic missile-esque with these spells because of the curving. Oh, yeah. Gonna lose some here. God damn it. I didn't let go fast enough. And last one. I should add a heal player and a heal enemy for testing. Got a little confused there. That's a thing we have to fix. I'm aware of that. I love that you get like this upfront volley. Because the fire bolts are slightly faster than the soldiers. Which is really kind of nice. Also. Oh, that's nice. Oops. that might need some more scaling to it. Might need to make that a much smaller number, or only award increments of like wave increments of like 5. Also, if you can spawn them, place them, and keep them alive, mages might be a little too powerful at the moment. Like, they don't do a lot of damage, but... Alright. Let's set the spawn limit higher. I'm pretty sure it didn't set max cards, but just to be sure. Oh, no, it did. That means I definitely need to fix that. Open the command parser. Max cards, that's get. Set was the first one. Bones, Ichor. Max, yep. That's exactly what it did. That's okay. Enemy spawn manager dot. Spawn limit equal res. And then let's open enemy spawn manager. Does it have to be an instance? Or is this static? No, there is an instance. Okay, so it is instance. That's what I need to do. Okay, that's fixed. Glad I knew that. Glad I found that. That's a good thing. And I haven't seen a single grave not do what I expect in 20 some odd waves, so that's great. We should also maybe go here and do these correctly with the lighting engine. Like, the thing is, like, we really don't have to. It looks fine. Also, they're all getting redone. But I would need to also recalculate it every time, and I don't want to do that. Might need to make those, Godot has a limit on the number of dynamic lights you can have. And those are all dynamic lights. So I might need to change them. I do like that they kind of like light them up a little bit, but I don't know that's worth it. Also, with the trail and the way they look, it's just fine. Oh, God, grave diggers are fixed, finally. That makes me happy. I need to backlink my notes, too, because my notes aren't backlinked right now. That's done. That's done. That's not done. That's done. That might appear twice. It doesn't. Okay. Thought I entered that twice. That's done. This is literally a number change in one line of code. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go into the melee. We have entity, enemy, and player. We want enemy. And we want this drop rate effectively to be like 0.0 like 1. We don't want this to happen like hardly ever. Oh, but is it only a floating point number that's greater than... Is it only 1 decimal of precision? I'm going to look at GitHub examples because I don't actually know. I think that's fine. Let's have it write it out to the debug console real fast. And we'll do it on time too. Please follow my mouse cursor and do what I'm telling you. Thank you. And then we'll do debug console dot instance dot write warning. We have to do this up here. Well, no, we just have to store this. Control X. Float. Drop equals that. Oh, sorry, it's a double. Why it's a double and not a float makes no sense outside of maybe the chance. Drop value is drop. We're going to put this up here. And we're going to have it send its name. Or its, do we have a type? What is... I know this inherits from time entity, but this and time entity inherits from entity. Does entity maintain what you are? Character, animation player, target types. No. That's interesting. Probably because I'm storing them all in other things. That's okay though. But this is a good time to test it anyways, so we'll just do name. we need to update this. Because these should all take in their string cinders, but it's optional. Like that. Right, and then we'll go over here to melee entity and we're going to do the exact same 3 lines. And we'll do this. We'll go up here. Let it replay. Whew. And we're going to have it continue. Do that and that. We're going to just set the bones. Also, we're going to set the spawn count. Set spawn limit to 20. I think that that's still correct, but I didn't change the text in the command parser. Yeah. And then set bones 10,000. And we'll take that guy too. This is definitely higher. On the plus side things group. On the downside things group too. Okay, so that's at spawn list. What is the other thing here? And then value. Yeah, good. Okay. We should like floor this within 2 decimal values. Because like a 0.1 should still trigger it. Didn't mean to close that. Meant to just close out my debug console. We'll go ahead and fix the other error within the debug console, and we'll get rid of this and this. Because it doesn't need to exist. Can I do... From rotate... Oh, that's rotate, not round. Then round, which say nearest whole number. Yeah, those are both whole numbers. Are there not more of those? Yeah. that's all that needs done. This should really be its own separate thing, but whatever. This is fine. Make sure that this does what I think it does. I think at this point melee entities are more common. Instance dot write warning. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's doing what I want. Now, granted, I only see it happening one time, but I think I only had one melee entity there. You're fine. We're really getting screwed on the melee entities here for the testing. I just want to see it drop once. That's all. I think now we're at a point where we can start. I guess I can just run a kill all. Are those not considered melee entities? It's possible they're not, but I could have sworn they were. to try this again. Need to fix that drag state bug at some point. We will set up a little army to destroy all of them. And then we're going to up our spawn limit. Once we have like something that can just delete things, which I think is about 18 on each side. Which I think means I need to add another row to each side. Oh, we actually need bones now. Okay. Who am I holding? It's this bastard. And then do that and do this. That's 5. It's not quite to the deleting level, but it's close. It is fun just getting these set up to do this. And now we'll start smushing these guys together. And bringing them closer will give them better targeting anyways. So it prints the length. That's interesting. Okay. So why? It must not have set the spawn limit when that died. Why though? I wonder if they both despawned at the same time. We should just create a catch for it. I wish I had a way to... I need to just make a way to do that. So, get Angels player spawn limit right here. We're going to do a case. Has enemies. And then we're going to do debug console.instance.write success. And we're going to do a break. Needs to have that. And then enemy spawn manager dot instance dot has enemies. All right. So now what I'm going to do is run that again until that happens. Which means this might end up being kind of a long test. But that's okay. Go to input. We're just going to use the console for this. So set bones 10,000. And I think our best chance of this occurring is actually going to happen the more, the higher our spawn limit is and the more NPCs we have. Should add like a cooldown bar to this. Like a attack timer cooldown. hitting that dynamic light count. I think that that's what that is. Let me see here. If I go and just search Godot lights flicker 2D light flicker. Yeah, so that is what's happening. Ah, I think we caused it. Has enemies is false. Okay, but the wave is finished. I should also do a get state. Case state. Which probably means level master should check that occasionally, but let's do that again. Good, though, that we can trigger it to happen, so it is a repeatable issue. Excuse me. Excuse me. If I had the fireball implemented, I think this would be even easier to trip. Or if they all had lower health. I think both situations would make this pretty easy to trip. at lower health values, they would No, the light's not off because, like, it's still getting affected. See? It's still affecting things. It's the map. Or the overlay, either one. Well, I don't know why I can't drag now. Spawn limit 2. spin this around. I do think I know what the problem is there, by the way. I think the ultimate issue is, sorry, one sec. Also, I'm pretty sure if I do this, and that, and then do that, and then, yeah, that solves that problem. So it is getting cold. So it's just the culling that's happening. Set it to like 50. And then let's set our bones back up. That's better. I can't drag right now, so I can't set them up in a good position. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Has enemies is false. State is game. Yeah. So that means the wave didn't end. Which is actually something which is exactly what I thought was happening. But I think that's really easy to fix. Let's go into level master. Alright. And then in here, we'll create a timer. Timer. Wave timer. New timer. Wave timer dot wait time is equal to, we'll say, we'll have this check every 5 seconds. 5 seconds. I think it is in seconds. Do 2. That way it's not so obvious. Wait timer. Wave timer, not wait timer. Wave timer dot timeout plus equals that. And then we just need to do if game master dot instance dot game state equals game states dot game. And enemy spawn manager dot instance dot has enemies. It's false. Then, and we'll just double check here. Then we're going to set wave finished to true. And then down here, we can do stop game. Right. There we go. So it should trigger instantly, but in the event that it doesn't, it'll trigger a couple of seconds later, and that's okay. Now that's gonna, since that's reoccurring, it's really hard to test it. Right? Like, it's really hard to get that to happen multiple times. Yeah, you did. I've made a lot of progress today. And I think I'm going to see a new movie tonight, so that's cool too. But yeah, we have a debug console now, so I can set the spawn limit to like 20. I can set the bones. I can do all this stuff. I can check variables. All that stuff. Very cool. Very nice to have. There are some bugs with it. Yeah, I made it on stream. So if you want to watch it, it's at the very beginning of the stream. Check our YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel has a VOD. So yeah, if you check our YouTube channel, same name. I keep a VOD of every stream on there. Twitch has a habit of like not showing VODs because of the music in the background, and I'd just rather not put up with it. So all the VODs end up on YouTube. But yeah, very easy example of this is, you can see it's still counting up there. Set Icker to like, yep. That's not gonna work. It tried. There we go. Yeah. Stuff like that. It does not use attributes because I didn't feel like making a really nice system. I just kind of statically coded a switch case for the commands I wanted. I even mentioned during stream, like, the nice way of doing that would be using, like, Roslyn to go in and then use attributes, or using something like a bunch of interfaces and then building a generic system that you can just load a list of commands into really nice and easily. But I didn't feel like doing that. So it's just some... Yeah, that's the nice way of doing it. Like, if you use attributes with reflection, you have a very generic system. At some point, I will probably build that, just not for this. Like, I had very few things I actually needed to check, so it's just a pretty simple command parser that prints some data. Also, since, yeah, like, it was just it's a very fast to do. Didn't take me long to make this, and I can swap this out if I need to. I did finish my UI. The UI for it's done. Nice. Yeah, I also found a nice font to use for this, because, like, I needed a decent one, so I'm using Diffusion Regular, which is I found on Itch. It's someone's custom font. But it's... external links. This guy. This Diffusion open font license. It also has ligatures in it, which is cool. I'm not using it for ligatures, but it's nice that it has them. I love fonts like this for Visual Studio. Nice. Yeah, I can shoot that your way. Give me a sec. Find it again. There it is. There you go. Yeah, it's under the open font license too, so you can use it without attribution if you don't want to give attribution. But there will be an about page in this, or credits, where I list links to that kind of stuff for it. But yeah, a lot of bug fixing today. Got a lot done. A lot done the last 2 days, actually. Yesterday, I actually finished the wave mechanic, the Ichor, the card swap, the earning Ichor at the wave end. Card purchasing works now. Today, we've done the debug console. We've increased the rarity of Ichor drops, because I only want this to happen, like, 10% of the time. We fixed the targeting bugs for the dominions and the powers and some of the summons. Fixed the gravediggers not being able to dig graves sometimes. Got the summon card removed from deck in the card catalog manager. So, like, if I click a card now... Fyra Code was the really popular ligature one for a long time. This is a cool one that I like, and this is actually based off of this font, which is nice. This is a little bigger, but I like this font. But, like, this was the really popular font for a long time, was Fyra Code. And this has ligatures for everything. Yeah, and that's the point we've hit. So everything's really simple to fix. Everything's really simple to add to. This will get added to tomorrow's to-do list, but... But yeah. I have gotten done in the last 2 days something I thought would take me a total of 2 weeks altogether. It is old. Well, it's not old. It's just the graphics make it look like it was made in like the late 90s. Or at least it was posted on December 1st, 2022. Ah. What was its original development date? 2015. So about a decade. It looks like they re-released it on PC not too long ago. But APK Pure is for Android APKs. So 2015 or earlier. Gonna do probably these tomorrow, I think. That's no good. If it's too jagged, that's just not fun. That just sucks. I'm excited to get all of these implemented and tested. That'll be fun. Let's see, what else? I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else I can do today real fast. This I can fix, like, now. That's easy. That's a settings change on the dominions in here. There it is. Boop, boop, boop. Player, enemy. No? Okay. Target types, player, and enemy. What? Wait. Yeah. Huh. Okay. It was it wasn't targeting the graves. It ran out of stuff to target and started targeting itself. That's interesting. Okay, well that's fixed. That's done. Couldn't do damage to itself. I'm so excited to make mine and see how it performs. The hardest part is going to be physics and spline generation. Yeah. Yeah, and honestly, I don't know that it'll be that bad, because really all you're doing is checking some threshold values, right? Like, it shouldn't be that difficult. The spline generation is a lot of math. Like, splines kind of, they're not that bad to code once you understand them, but understanding them, I guess, is kind of the hard part. I started doing a lot more on our social media recently, like, as of last night. So I started going through and doing way more in here as far as like creating posts and all that stuff. And yeah, we've managed to get a lot of followers over the last night. A lot compared to what it was at. Oh, okay. So you're not okay. Yeah, so you're using the actual spline handled by Unity. Okay. Yeah, then yeah, generating the points shouldn't be that bad still. Like, it's gonna fall the same as the physics system. You're just generating thresholds. In fact, that's really similar to how the lightning bolts work in this game. Ray function, that I think is easy. I think this one's not that bad. And it's going to be necessary for a Steam release. Card book is what that's in. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, well, then you just create generator functions that use like You use like an iGenerator interface, and then you have like a twirl that implements iGenerator, and then you just randomly select which kinds get connected to what, and it starts at the last point and moves forward from there. So you really just need to write a function that can generate a twirl of varying length, and then feed random numbers into them, and then you can kind of vary it that way. It'd be really easy to do that. Especially with splines, because like the math is super simple. So you just generate points parallel to each other and then drop one a bit. And then you just repeat that process over whatever length you want. And then you've got a corkscrew. You've got a twirl down. If you want a loop-de-loop, you do almost the same thing, except you'd be like, you'd do 3 points. And you could get a decent loop. Yeah. Let me open. Yeah, so let's see. Is that a spline tool in Paint? That is a spline tool. Cool. Perfect. So you would do, say you wanted to do a twirl like you were saying. You generate a point straight across from each other. This point, you would drop down like, you'd have this point's height at like 1 meter. This point's height at like 0 meters. And then you would do, you just bend the point around your curve. So you'd take your length and do something like that to get your curve. And then you just drop that down and you'd repeat the process back and forth until you had a twirl. So you'd do something like this as far as like a side view would look. And then you just repeat over and over again to get that similar corkscrew shape. This is hard to draw in 2 dimensions, though. And then you just feed in 2 variables. You would do a length that you want this, or number of iterations. That would be your top view. This would be more of a side view. So you would do something like, it's easier to explain on paper for me. You would do something like give it a length. You take a iGenerator. That will have a function called generate that took in a length. You could think of this like an int. Then for your twirl, you do something like, excuse me, 0.1 is at 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, right? Then your 0.2 is going to be, and I don't know what Unity uses for its nodes. I would need to know what Unity uses to be able to accurately explain this. And I don't know that Godot has built-in splines. Do we have spline nodes? Or do we just have lines? We just have lines. It's kind of what I figured. The line 2D doesn't really have a curve. Do I have... do have Fusion 360. Let's see if I can do this here. It's been a minute, and this usually just does 2D, but we'll see. Oh, 2FA. The only reason I probably still have accounts, honestly. Yes, trust this device. Oh, let's see. Hey, cool. Are you gonna finish loading? Nice. Oh, I hate Fusion 360. Yeah, loop-de-loops could be fun. I actually need to look into what Godot uses for splines at some point. Not for this game, but for other stuff. Honestly, it probably would have been useful for the lightning effect I had to do. Which ended up being this. Which is just a line 2D that's getting a shader run across it. But Godot doesn't have a... there's bevel and round for joint mode, but... It's good that you found something kind of unique, so that's cool. I'm excited to see what you make. Let's see, I need to add... We're at the part of the stream where I'm just adding on to what needs done. I'm at a point where I need to use animation trees. Because, yeah, there's... I'm at a point where I need to use animation trees because I have too much stuff that needs to be played. And if I don't use animation trees for that, that means I have to have an animation, multiple animation players, and that doesn't make sense to do. Excuse me. Not for what I'm animating, anyways. I could do, like, animation trees or an animation player in the card swap, though, and that would do it. Cool. Good. I have this. I have a horror game. I'm getting, honestly, a lot of ideas from the people who follow us on Instagram. That can be closed. Where is that? So, like, the people who follow us on Instagram are largely artists. And just, they give off some really amazing stuff that they've been working on. That's kind of cool. A lot of interesting fonts. But yeah, this is cool. I like this person's stuff. This person's stuff is really interesting. Because they do this kind of like low-res pixel art, but very detailed stuff. If I can find it here. Yeah, this person's really cool too. Like, I love their stuff. Yeah, this gives me very, like, analog horror vibes. I love this. The Nokia phone's really cool. This, like, post-apocalyptic storefront. Food looks too fresh, though. The food in this looks way too fresh. This person is super talented, though. This person, their line works really cool. I think I saw an animation from them earlier today. That's Necromancer's cover. But they do a lot of like cyberpunk type stuff. A lot of, like, heavy line work, very much comic book style. But cool. I like this stuff. Which has always been which just keeps giving me ideas on stuff to do. Art for me is something I struggle with. Like, I'm okay at it, but I'm okay at art, but I'm not ever going to be any better than okay. I'm good enough that whenever I stream, the programmer art doesn't make your eyes bleed. So at least there's that. Okay, is there anything else that I've come across today? Yeah, but I'm going to go ahead and do it now. I need to ignore the back tick button. Where is it? It's this guy. If dot length dot text dot length -1 This needs to be its own separate thing now. We're checking a different character now. I need to do that, then input dot text Can I not set individual characters? I cannot. That sucks. Then input dot text dot replace. 1 second and I'll read that. One thing I wish is that I could use source generators with attributes, but I hate seeing partial next to class for some reason. In Godot it's fine because it's partial anyways, but for Unity I can't stand it. Partial doesn't bother me. Partial is fine. It's also a thing that, like, if you want more organized code in the C# using Blazor, like for web dev, you need to use it. Because by default, Razor pages aren't partials. Excuse me. And that's where your code goes. Your code goes in like a at curly braces block in Blazor, and this is where all your code exists. And then above this would be like your HTML, and then, you know, like razor syntaxed using statements. Otherwise, this gets really messy really fast for obvious reasons. So if you make a class that's partial, you can remove this entire chunk and just have a page that's like razor syntaxed HTML and then a partial class that contains all your code. I mean, you can. But, yeah. It's one of those things where it like, kind of depends on your background. Oftentimes, composition's better than inheritance anyways, but there are times where it's really nice, like what I've done here. This, for me, works really, really well. And this is all inheritance. That would be considered composition, but most of this is inheritance. Depends on the scenario, but yeah. That's not what I meant. I meant to click this. Now let's see if this does what I think it'll do. That didn't do what I think it does. You know what we can do? We can just ignore that key entirely. Just do this. I do wish that that input box, that text edits had a handled that I could just use, which exist in WPF and WinForms. Yeah, I found a lot of the times, though, I didn't want that. Like, I didn't care to have all of that information, because the majority of it, I didn't find that useful. Cool. That's doing what I want it to now. I'm gonna set up, like, hotkeys at some point. That's gonna be a thing I need to do. And then here, I can do kill angels. I'm so glad that that works. Yeah. But yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that works. This does what I want to now. And then if I type... I need to set up a key down event here. Weird, though, that that's doing... Why is that? Can I not set? Oh, I am removing it, but I'm not setting the text. Alrighty. Well, have a good day. Good night. I'm going to end stream here soon. Okay, that's a problem. There's a good Brackies video on him, actually. That's cursor shape, highlight is dragging. Carrot. Roll position. Link interval. Add carrot, collapse to get carrot column. Here's the column the editing carrot is at. This is a dumb thing to have to do because we don't have a handled. So what is that int carrot index? Try. Why? Invoke Godot method, string name. What do I do here? Wonder if there is a way to set up ignore characters in Godot. I know there's a way to sanitize it. The undo option to remove invalid characters after the text is already changed. The last undo record returns, which calls. I'm having a similar issue. If you found another solution, I'd love to hear it. I could always I can strip it out of the actual text here. We'll do it here. I will be back, and then we will test. Okay. That should work for that. That fixes the carrot problem. And then I've got to stop this soon. I don't think there's anything else that we can do quickly today except maybe this. We'll look into it. And if I determine it's a pain in the ass, then we won't do it today. Okay, so we need private int card count, and right now it'll be set to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 7. Is equal to that. Card count doesn't get read. We just check it against it. So now if card count does not equal cards.count, then we need to go through and add them. Now, we can create a list of card metadata called new cards, which actually will use this for new cards. So let's do that. We'll do private private list of new cards, empty list, And now we can loop over. Here we'll just change that from cards to new cards. .add. And then new cards. But then we go for each card metadata. Current in cards, then if current dot card model dot name is equal to card model dot name, then card dot price is equal to current dot price. Actually, no, because we might update the price. But we do need to update the type. Card model equal to current dot card model. So that should be the same, and then break. Right? And then at the end here, we say cards dot clear and then cards dot add range new cards and then that. Right. Now I think that's done. I think if we add a new card here, set this to 8, it won't do it. So I think right now if we load, it should just load. Like it should just launch now. If we hit play, should actually full screen that and then minimize the next thing. I think the next one's going to start full screened. Yeah. No errors. Okay, we're good. Now, I think I can do a duplicates fire spitter. What does this do if it can't find them? Yeah, we'll find out. Spell 100. 530. Yeah, 50. And then we'll set this to 8. Now let's see what happens. Okay, it didn't set my own ownership status of them. Which makes sense. It failed to find the PNG for this. If I hit continue. Okay, yeah, I only had 10. Okay. That makes sense, though. And We'll lower this back down to 7. Current carbon outline. Ooh. Also, we need to do card.isOwned is equal to current.isOwned. Right? Otherwise, cool. So we got this one. Now we'll do an exit. We'll do that again. We'll do that. Set it to 8. Also, it cleared the file, which is good. But it maintained that we own Fire Spitter. So now it should still be... We should still have Fire Spitter, but we should see another card. And we do. And if I pull this up and type set Iker 400, and then we close this, we can buy those. And it updated the price. Cool. Cool. That's great. Which it still doesn't know what that is, but that's fine. That's a separate problem entirely. Yeah. Yeah, cool, 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 cool. That's great. That's great. That is something I will probably add tomorrow. And then we can go in here and we can check another thing off of the list. We are either going to do this or this tomorrow, and I'm not sure which. This one will be the easier of the two, because we're just going to duplicate a bunch of stuff and change some values, mostly. Now, that's going to change again, so it might not be worth doing. The big one that'll be different is the mage, because if we go into the summon types, but we have these, so we have like the astrologer to do, we have the mage, which is done, the wizard, which will be a more powerful mage, and a lich, which will be a more powerful wizard. Unsure what the difference between these will be. It might be that the lich, it might become that the lich will... How do I put this? It might be that the lich spawns firebolts, but then when the firebolt collides, it might spawn something else, like it might do an AoE or something. Either way, this will be very expensive compared to this one and this one. Which is where the evolve spell will come in, because the evolve spell will let us progress through each of these, which would be cool. So, yeah, that's that'll be interesting. It'll be a fun thing to do. Either way, I think we're good today. I think we're good for the rest of today. We should add error handling in tomorrow for that. So add error handling for if an image can't be found. Should be obvious. Make it a bagel or something. Cool. Yeah, that's I feel good about today. We got a lot done. This will probably be a weekend problem, because I will probably sit down with Samantha and see if she can't help me with this. Balancing is a whole thing in and of itself, and probably doesn't need to happen until the end or whenever playtesting is started. Either way, yeah. And this might be a thing soon too. Debating on it, but yeah. Anyways, have a good day.